I given my all right. Julian,
Julian, can you make Kamlesh the co-host?
you're on mute, Julian.
We're going live. It's going live now. It's live on YouTube.
Julian,
Can you make Kamlesh co-host also?
Yeah. I don't know whether that will stop the YouTube live. We'll test it.
Yeah, is working. You can see the YouTube live. So Julian, I'm saying you also make me co-host.
Yeah. No,
Also make me co-host because
yeah. Absolutely. Kamlesh. Make host.
Kamlesh, make Exathought office as Jay has spotlight right now, and then we'll switch to Julian.
okay.
And can you make me co-host? Because then I need to be able to share my slides.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. We're live on YouTube. Very cool.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So I know we are live across multiple mediums today, and we are experimenting this for the first time. We are live in Thiruvananthapuram, where the Kerala Blockchain Academy is hosting the event from IITMK building in Technopark Road, Karyagottam, Palakkodam, Kerala. And then we have HCL hosting the event in Noida, and Vikram is coordinating over there. And in Bengaluru, we have Exathought office, where the Kerala Blockchain Academy is hosting the event from IITMK building in Technopark Road, Karyagottam, Palakkodam, Kerala. And then we have HCL hosting the event in Noida, and Vikram is coordinating over there. And in Bengaluru, we have Exathought office, where the Kerala Blockchain Academy is hosting the event from IITMK building in Technopark Road. Can we mute from the Kerala side? I think somebody needs to. Julian,
he's in mute only.
I think you need to mute. I think the YouTube needs to be muted for that.
Yeah, Jay, you can go on.
Yeah.
Okay. So, right. So again, welcome everyone. And this is the first time that we are experimenting a hybrid event across India. And hopefully, if this is successful, we want to do something like this going forward. And for today's event, the Blockchain TechFest 2022. So I just want to ask one quick question, and before we get started, right? So can somebody tell what is the speciality today? Like what marks December 17th?
4th anniversary of Hyperledger India Chapter.
And there is something more. Anybody online? Anybody can tell me what's today's special? I mean, why is today's date so special?
I know.
I also know.
Yes.
Except Julian and Kamlesh. Anybody else?
I think someone posted in the chat, Karthik. I think he only posted to me only. It's a Hyperledger anniversary.
Yes, it's
the birthday of Hyperledger.
It's also Hyperledger's anniversary. So yeah, congratulations. So Hyperledger itself was I think Julian would be a better person to talk about it. So since 2015 and now it is 2022, December 17th marks the anniversary for Hyperledger Foundation itself. So today marks the special date, and we are in a special occasion and special event. So yeah, congratulations everyone. And to kickstart the event, we have Julian Gordon joining us from Hong Kong, and he's VP at Hyperledger, and also he for Asia Pacific, he also leads OpenSSF division within the Linux Foundation. And he is always supportive. I think if you are involved with Hyperledger India Chapter, you might already know him, right? So anything, any day, anything that we ask him, and then there is always yes as an answer. I never heard as no as an answer from him. And Julian, we miss you. We would have loved for you to be here in person, but we still see you online on our Zoom call. So over to you, and we would like you to speak your wisdom. your words of wisdom.
All right. I'm not sure about wisdom, but thank you very much. And yes, and thank you for this amazing hybrid event, right? Across all these multiple destinations, all these multiple countries. Thank you, Vikram, Arun, Kamlesh, and everyone else that's involved. So I'm going to share some slides for about 10 to 15 minutes. Now, let me get those up and let's hope I can share them, right? So let me just go and get it right. There you are. And let me share. Okay, so it's the 4th anniversary. So as I said, congratulations to the Indian community. Can you all hear me? Yes, I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, so I thought I'd just quickly go through a few slides. I talk a bit about remind everyone what Hyperledger is, right? Just I think we all know, right? But we are this special open source, not-for-profit, that's accelerating the development adoption of business blockchain technologies globally. And the reason that businesses trust our technology, businesses, governments, and education trust us because we are hosted by the Linux Foundation, and with all the great expertise and provenance and track record that brings, we are neutral and collaborative. And I think what is always key is that everyone is welcome. So diversity is our strength, and these kind of events are really, key, and the chapter are very key to what makes this community so successful. And ultimately, we develop code that is by business for business, and that has, and we're continually never-ending strive to make our technology enterprise grade and relevant and good for the community. So 7th anniversary today of Hyperledger. Yes, if you look on our website, you can see 7 years today, the first announcement that came out on the 17th of December 2015. And from that, we have accomplished so much. So these are just some of the stats. We have had over 40,000 contributors, 1.27 million contributions, nearly 500,000 commits, and we have an increasing number of repositories as our portfolio or umbrella, or however you like to describe it. All our projects are growing, which is great. But there's still so much to do. I think we're still very much at the beginning of this enterprise blockchain journey. We still are a number. So these are some of the things that happened this year. We're still at 20 for the Forbes 50. We're the #1, and actually in any survey in enterprise blockchain, Hyperledger technology is always the leading one and being used by the top companies to the very smallest startups to education to governments around the world. So I thank you, the community, for making that all possible. We did launch this year, and I think this is I'm not sure this is the year of CBDCs, because I think there are going to be many years to come, but we have seen a lot of activity around CBDCs, and we did launch this year our first ebook with all the details of what we're doing. And I would say that Hyperledger is one of the leaders in this space, Hyperledger Technologies, from this part of the world to Europe. Obviously, we've got some very exciting, I think everyone's watching the e-rupee, lots of very exciting stuff. And please, if you want to get more information about what we've done in our research, go to hyperledger.org and download this ebook. We also did a lot. This here was at Davos. We're just about to have Davos again. So literally 11 months ago, we were really taking our kind of our strategy on CBDCs to a different level. We had this year, we also had, and thank you, I know Kamlesh, Arun, and many went to Dublin. We had a gathering post-COVID, and obviously that was challenging. Many people couldn't come. It's hard to come from my part of the world, but we had over 700 attendees, and we had a very strong attendance from India. And if you want to look at all the recordings are there. Decentralized identity, climate, governance standard. It was a full couple of days there in Dublin, followed by a member summit. Our global ecosystem of HCSPs is growing. And I think India, as you can see from this slide, is very much a key component. We have our members, Wipro, Tech Mahindra, Snapper, Mindtree, all based headquartered in India, but also many other global companies, Accenture, IBM, IDS, Chainyard, Cripsy, who have a very strong presence and rely very much on the expertise that exists in India. So we're seeing this go from strength to strength, and we have a few others we're going to announce soon in this space. We had our mentorship program, which I think there were 5 from India. That's going to come up again soon. That has created many benefits for the Hyperledger community. It really gets an opportunity for sometimes a more diverse group to come into our community. More source code gets written, and it creates valuable insights to new developers on the onboarding process. So thank you for everyone who is a mentee and a mentor as part of that Hyperledger mentorship program. We touched the global community. I just touched, these are some of our internal stats around social media. Obviously through COVID it took off, but I just love the fact we now have 1.4 million YouTube views. We have an amazing, and this is going straight to YouTube itself, right? We have an amazing repository of content and knowledge from communities, from experts around the world, from members in our YouTube, plus LinkedIn and other things. So really a great year and a great amount of growth in the spread that we have as we drive growth to the global community. And what we see is a maturing blockchain market. So I think what we're here today is India. So let me talk a little bit about India. So Hyperledger in India, I think, is a very vibrant community. So we have a number of members, and thank you for our general members who are headquartered in India. As I said, there's many other ones that are not headquartered in India, but are in India. So to Wipro, Mindtree, Tech Mahindra, Snapper, Future Tech, Zeev, and Infosys, thank you very much. And we see them working and being very much on the world stage, right? Providing the expertise and enterprise grade for the planet in terms of services around Hyperledger. And also thank you to KBA, Kerala Blockchain Association, who are, I think, being a member, must be 4 years at least, right? Who have been there since the beginning at Kerala, and also St. Kitts, our associate members. We also, I talked about the CBDC book. We also announced this year, we launched the Hyperledger in Action India ebook. So this is the second ebook we've done, and we're focused on India, which really relates to how key we think the Indian community is. And this really was designed to shine a spotlight on our India members and the community, and a spotlight to the rest of the international Hyperledger ecosystem. So within it, if you please have a look at, you can also download this from our website. You can see some of the work that the India members are doing, who are on the front line. Many of our India members are on the front line of blockchain deployments globally, and development of critical underlying platforms and technologies. So yet again, I thank the India members. We highlight some of the exciting work. It talks a bit about what the chapter's doing, and as we all know, the India chapter was the first chapter 4 years ago. And it just has thrived and shown an example of what is possible. So I thank you for that. I particularly want to thank Arun and Kamlesh, who have made a lot of this possible, who are our co-chairs of the India chapter, and also Vikram, and I know others who are supporting the community. It's all about you. Thank you for your dedication and support for what we're doing here at Hyperledger. We have the India chapter, so let's go a little bit more in depth here. So happy 4th anniversary. So definitely growing and maturing. So another exceptional year of growth and supporting the Hyperledger India community. I see, and also supporting, I would say, the global community as well. Had many activities which are part, been driving global adoption and global synergies. Promoting contributions to projects, providing a platform collaboration and mentoring and support, showing the projects, community activities such as this, but also, during the, we also did some of the first hackathons, virtual hackathons during COVID. So really very supportive of the community. And maintainers helping, what's happening, and also supporting some of the SIGs and working group activities globally. Here's a little more detail This is actually a picture when I was there in July. We have here, if you download, we have a map with all the different meetups that are happening across the region, which is supported by the regional chapter. We have many maintainers, contributors across multiple Hyperledger projects within India. Like for instance, 7% of Hyperledger basic contributors are India. We had 5 interns. We had 2 Hyperledger technical oversight committee. And by the way, our technical steering committee, because of the foundation and how we've grown, have now become the technical oversight committee. So that's Arun and Kamlesh are on that committee. And we also have the chair, Vikram, down in I think in Delhi for the Telecom SIG. And we had the Hyperledger Global Forum 2020, 21, and 2022. And I think, Arun, we're planning 2023, right? Soon. So that's part of the global program, the global program that came out of India. So finally, because I had a short amount of time today, we have 3 new projects. I think those will be covered today. We have non-creds, Bevel and Salang. Ultimately, this is what we're all about, these codes. Please do look at those. We have a continuously growth. I'm not going to go into detail, but we have but all these have had a large number of commits and growths. We also had to end of life. Not had to, but we do it because it's good practice. We end of life a few projects, including Explorer. But I think we're going to hear today the work that's done at Emphasis and Arun's doing. We're going to see Explorer come back. I think that's something you're going to talk about today, Arun, right? So I thank everybody for that, because that's just the community speaking to what they want. And with that, I would like to say thank you for everything that you've done in 2022. And I hope to see you in 2023. I hope to come to India, maybe in February. But as Arun says, I'm always here at the end of a WhatsApp, any kind of communication, email, and I'm always happy to help and support the community. So I think we're now going to go to see where Daniela is. Have you seen Daniela? I think she's somewhere around, right? In Bangalore, perhaps, maybe. Did I hear that?
Yeah, maybe. So, please share.
Does anybody know where the Exa Thought offices are? I'm here in Bengaluru, right? I'm here looking for Exa Thought. The Blockchain TechFest 2022 is happening today. Does anybody know? The India Regional Chapter has put this together. Can anyone help me? Just kidding. Just kidding. I am not in Bengaluru, but I do wish I was there for the Blockchain TechFest 2022. My name is Daniela Barbosa, and I'm the Executive Director of the Hyperledger Foundation, and it's fantastic to have an opportunity to welcome you all to the Blockchain TechFest 2022 and thank the Hyperledger India Chapter for putting together this fantastic event in 3 different locations. I want to thank specifically the chairs and those who are organizing the Hyperledger India Chapter, primarily Arun and Kamlesh, for always making sure that the Hyperledger India Chapter is leading the way regionally around the world. So thank you so much for your continued support. Today, I am very excited about Blockchain TechFest 2022. And the participants, hopefully a lot of the new participants in our community that will be joining. I want to thank the sponsoring companies that are sponsoring the locations for today's event, including the Noida location. So hello to HCL and the Teraum Nur Pernram and Kerala Blockchain Academy. So thank you to both HCL, Kerala Blockchain Academy, and of course, the Bengaluru Exact Thought offices that I cannot find. So I hope everybody has a fantastic day. And I also want to take the opportunity to hope that everyone has a holiday season full of love, peace, and rest with your families and loved ones. And I will see you all in 2023. Thank you and have a fantastic event.
Yeah, I think it was nice.
That was great. So I'm not going to hand back. I think I'm still spotlighted. So I think I'm going to pass the spotlight on. But thank you, everybody, and enjoy this great event. And thank you again, Kamlesh, Arun, and Vikram, and everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Julian.
Awesome. So hopefully, Daniela, next time when you are in India, hopefully we'll definitely take you to the streets that you were wandering around. And so those are like narrow streets of Bangalore market, and it's a good place to be, good place to visit as well, if possible, sometime. But yes, we are waiting for an official Hyperledger event, and hopefully we'll have that next year. So Julian, we are waiting for your surprise coming up for us next year.
Yeah, Global Forum 2024.
Well, let's work on it.
Yes. So
Yeah.
so we will start with the presentations, right, Kamlesh?
Yeah, right. So I think first, even I would like to invite you to present the how someone can start the Hyperledger contribution and your recent contribution to the Hyperledger Explorer, which is recently even kind of put on off due to they are not able to find the contributor to the Explorer project. So Arun and his team and a few people are started to revamp the Hyperledger Explorer again. So I am making you co-host, Arun, and then you could start the presentation. So this Arun, yeah, you are the now co-host. So do I need to make the spotlight to that, Arun? Correct?
Yes, except yeah, Jay's account.
Okay, Jay's account. I think this one, right, is correct, which is everyone seeing. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone, again. So it's exciting. So we are trying this out for the first time, and I don't know, I don't have words. And like all of this is done in such a short amount of time, and we couldn't be more than thankful to all the community members, including Jayasim Martin. So when we were looking for location in Bangalore, so Jayasim was like, hey, why don't you come down to our office? We have office in India, like we can have a meetup event organized here. So yeah, it's just amazing. So quick introduction. Today I'm going to present you a topic that many of you might be looking for. Like many of you were asking what happened to Hyperledger Explorer project and why it is end of life cycle. So we'll quickly walk through and I'll give you some updates about it, right? So why do we need a blockchain explorer kind of a project, right? So for instance, when we talk about blockchain technology, of course, you want to know what's happening around in your network. You want to know what other nodes are, how other nodes are behaving, not just your node. And you want to know how things are behaving overall, from metrics to block creation.
Arun, I think some voice is not clear due to this. Can you check one?
Yes. So is my voice clear now? I think I should just speak louder.
Vikram, now how it is?
Okay, is this better? Is my
Yeah,
voice
this is,
better?
yeah, I think this is better.
Can you guys hear around here? Okay, great.
Yeah, so I think this is
I'll
better.
try my best. I'll try my best to cover both virtual audience and the in-person audience here. And if you don't hear me, let me know. But as I was saying, so why do we need a blockchain explorer project, right? So when we build a blockchain network, it's imperative that we want to understand how the network is behaving. We want to know how other nodes are behaving, not just my node. But when you look at typical DevOps operations, when the metrics are emitted, we typically get metrics of our own node. But that may not be sufficient. On a blockchain level, you want to know what's happening on the other node, whether they are committing the same block as you're committing, are they out of sync, or are they offline, are they not connected to the network? Is something bad happening? You want to get notified about those things. And apart from that, you also would like to know what's happening at the block level. You want to know which block was produced recently, or which transactions went into which block. So I mean, if you were to ask anybody who is non-blockchain native, they would say it's all technical, right? So they need to understand the technology, they need to understand the commands, and only then they can go and execute those things and get details about those things. So this project is all about that, the Hyperledger Explorer. It was a top-level project, but due to like maintainers stepping away from the project for a while, the project was end of life cycle. But the proposal today, what I'm bringing up, is all about to bringing it back into life. And we are excited to see many community volunteers across the globe, in fact, have volunteered. And I mean, it's not a surprise that many of those community members who have stepped forward are all from India, right? So that's one thing that like I'm personally making a pitch today for you all to get involved and make contributions. We'll walk through the technology and see what exactly it is, but quick overview of what the project looks like. So of course, like any other Explorer project, will have a sign-in option where we want to remove a dependency on the blockchain level. When we talk about blockchain transactions, we all think in terms of keys and how to manage the client credential. We want to abstract that away, right? So that's done in the Explorer. The Explorer takes care of communicating with the blockchain, but for the user, from a user experience point of view, it's just a regular user account that I would log in and I will view, and we'll have different roles to operate at the Explorer level. And this is the current view that we have in the project. There are views which will tell me how many nodes exist, how many blocks have been created, how many transactions have been created in this network, and which was the latest block that got created. And all of this is informational. It really helps the person who is managing it. And as we can walk through on the screens, there are also options where I can see through transaction details, what went into a transaction and there is also like some UX aspect of it. If we need some, in terms of diversity, if we want to improve the visualization, converting into a dark mode. So such options are available. And by the way, all of that I'm showing today are supported. So these are the features which are available in the Explorer right away. And yeah, so in this, we can also see like all the peers that are running, and then at the peer level, we also get the block height information, right? So this really helps me or anybody who is managing their blockchain network to know where which of the peers are out of sync with the rest of the networks in terms of fabric, right? So again, the Explorer tool itself is very generic. Right now, it is made available for Fabric. It also does support additional protocols as well. So the whole point of this presentation is for you to tell that when we talk about blockchain and open source contribution, it's not always that you need to come with some knowledge that you need to have, right? So it's also the technologies that you deal with in day in and day out. Even that much is sufficient for you to start contributing to open source project. And this is one of the opportunity where we as a community over in India can get involved more. And of course, there are many other projects. We have more maintainers coming in talking today. You all will hear from them, their experience and how their projects are built and how the community is working over here. So again, few more views, we can get details of a block. So again, the block itself is like drop down. You can view contents of different transactions that went inside a block. You could also get information on this is at the smart contract level, right? So you can see which smart contracts or which chain codes are installed and which of them are available across which channels. So just imagine having a tool like this and how much beneficial it would be. So these are just screenshots of different UI elements that are existing. And yeah, so now what is this? What is the proposal? What is the pitch all about, right? So as I said, the Explorer project is there in some form today, but we want to take it to the next level where everyone, whoever is using Fabric, for instance, they feel comfortable using it. They feel that this is a must tool, and they feel that this tool will benefit them in addition to what they already would have built, right? So in order to do that, like we had a couple of conversations so far. And by the way, all the meetings in Hyperledger, everything is open for everyone, right? So all are welcome at Hyperledger. As we say in India, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, like word is one family. So everybody is welcome to join any of the calls. So these are some of the ideas that were brought up in our previous community call. And we will soon be announcing further meeting schedules. So if you would like to volunteer, then definitely sign up, like raise your hand, or just send an email to Hyperledger Labs mailing list. You can go to Google or some search engine and search for Hyperledger Labs mailing list and subscribe to the mailing list. And if you want to propose a meeting, go ahead and propose it. Or if you want to get involved in any of the project, go ahead and just start getting involved, right? So you have to initiate. So there's nobody stopping. There's no blockers. There's no hierarchy. There is no it's open community, as you can imagine. So yeah, we had a couple of calls so far on the Explorer project, and these are some of the ideas that we were brainstorming. For instance, we could have Explorer to be built as a lightweight tool instead of making it a heavyweight right now that exists. And then the other couple of ideas that you can see are, it would be nice if the Explorer itself emits metrics event. So at the node level, we get node level details, the blockchain from the blockchain node. But at a network level, we don't have anything that would be emitted from the node. So that it would be nice if we have a tool that would monitor a network and emit those events. That can also be used for our other thing purposes in troubleshooting production networks and making sure our production networks are healthy. Yeah, and then there were a few more ideas in terms of making sure that node is available. It's not offline. It is there for us, right? So yeah, and with this, I think that's all I had. And I just had one more slide to showcase how easy it is for you to get involved. So this Explorer tool itself is built using all the technologies that you are already familiar with. So if you're good in React, Node, I mean, of course, the Terraform, sorry, TypeScript, my bad. So those are the primitive skills used to build the project itself. And the project is built in a way that we want development environment to be open for everyone. So that's where the containerization concept would come in. Again, if you don't know something, then there will be community members who will support you on board the project, right? And yeah, and I think we are going to extend it with metrics. So that's where the Prometheus and Grafana would also be additional skill that you will gain. I'm calling it that these are the skills that you will gain. So what you should come with is like, don't have any expectations. You just get involved. Community will groom you up, and all that is needed from you is your passion to build something for the greater cause. So with that,
Take questions. Do you have anybody asking questions? Oh, sorry.
so all that we want is we want you to get involved and get initiated. I mean, initiate from your side and get involved in the community. And yeah, that's end of my presentation. Thank you. I hope this presentation was helpful. And if you have any questions on how to get involved in Hyperledger, or how to contribute, how to make your first PR, or even if you don't know what GitHub is, or how to make your PRs, your commits, how to make contributions, or even if you have questions like how do I organize meetup events, or how do I help if I'm not a coder, how do I help Hyperledger community grow in India? So all questions are welcome. So reach out to us, anybody from the call that you see. We have our weekly meetings on Thursdays at 3 p.m. Join those calls. Again, you just have to search on search bar, Hyperledger India Chapter meetings. You will get the meeting link. That's how easy it is. So yeah, that's end of my presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Arun.
Yeah, thank you, Arun. Okay. So I think, can you stop the sharing? Arun, so Swajit, you there, right? So maybe Rama is joining a bit later, so we can start with you. I will, okay, Swajit is here. I just make you co-host. we'll put you on.
Yeah, hi Kamlesh, I am here.
Yeah, so can you?
Hi everyone.
Yeah, can you start your presentation? I will just introduce and then I will put you in the spotlight.
Sure, let me just kind of try to bring up the slides.
So I will introduce Swajit. Swajit is a tech strategy associate manager at Accenture, and he's around 10 years of experience in technology, working in banking and banking domain, and currently one of the maintainer for Hyperledger Bevel. Hyperledger Bevel is a project for deploying enterprise blockchain projects like Fabric, like Indy, RG Coda. So over to you, Swajit. Just
Just a minute. I'm having some trouble sharing my screen.
okay. Rama also joined. So Rama will go back to you after this one.
Right, let me know if you guys can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see.
Yeah, hi everyone, and thanks Kamlesh for introducing me. As Kamlesh was talking about, I am one of the maintainers to Hyperledger Bevel. Through this session, I will be just kind of giving an overview of what Hyperledger Bevel is, and I'll also talk about my own personal experience of how I have been kind of contributing to this project for the past 3 years. Before I kind of, I know most of you here might be knowing what Hyperledger Bevel is, but still, I mean, through this session, I will just try to kind of point out what exactly Hyperledger Bevel is, and kind of also talk about the journey of Hyperledger Bevel through the Hyperledger lifecycle itself. So before I kind of begin into introducing what Bevel is, the project itself was kind of open sourced 3 years back. That time it was called as Blockchain Automation Framework. As the name suggests, it's a framework to kind of automate deployment of blockchain networks. So back in like early 2019, when we started looking at the blockchain ecosystem, and then we did a lot of POCs with the clients, and we did pilots projects. We found that there are a lot of architectural challenge while deploying blockchain networks and kind of trying to move those POCs and pilots to production. There were issues cropping up regarding security, scalability, and also performance. Also, back in those times when we looked at the community and how things were, we found that there were no established standards or best practices to how to kind of deploy a blockchain network. Also, most of the people that time they were working in mostly technology silos. There were a lot of vendor lock-ins that were there. If you kind of try to kind of use some of the managed services. And we found that it's really expensive and hard to kind of build a blockchain network and then try to scale it to production. So all of these led to the mainstream adoption of blockchain. So we kind of thought of a solution which would kind of be a bridge to production. So with that, we came up with what we call Bevel now, but it was kind of open source with blockchain automation framework. I'm not able to move the slide. Yeah, I'm able to do it now. Yeah. So as I was saying, the blockchain automation framework is a framework which allows you to rapidly and consistently deploy production-ready blockchain networks. So the term consistently is something which is very important and then core of Bevel. Currently, kind of Bevel supports deployment of 6 different blockchain networks. It's for Hyperledger Fabric, Hyperledger Indy, Hyperledger Besu, Quorum, Corda Enterprise, and Corda Open Source are the 6 platforms that Bevel currently support. And all of these are kind of deployed in a consistent way. When I say consistent, it means the underlying process of deploying these different DLT networks might be different, but through Bevel, all of these processes can be streamlined and kind of be done in a standard or a consistent way. In a very nutshell, the image what you see here kind of depicts how Bevel works. From a developer or an operator perspective, someone just needs to kind of fill in a single configuration. So this single configuration includes, let's say, your DLT platform of choice, and its various details. For example, a DLT platform might have different consensus mechanisms, so it allows you to configure all of these through a single configuration file. And it also allows you to kind of have various consortium level details. For example, it can have multiple organization associated to it. And all of these different organizations can be deployed across multiple infrastructure. And all of these, the whole infrastructure is kind of abstracted and made cloud agnostic through the use of Kubernetes. We'll talk a bit about this in details in the later slides. But the idea is to kind of use a consistent means to deploy the network and that too in a cloud agnostic way. When we open sourced the product, we decided on some of the guiding principles that would kind of make the blockchain or related deployment and set some kind of standard. So these are something that you see on the slides. One of the core thing to the architecture of how Bevel is designed is the DLT reference architecture. We have a slide just to kind of briefly talk about that. Most of the tools that we use are infrastructure independent. The design is modular. Most of the things that we use are pluggable and can be configured. One of the core aspects, as I was talking about, Bevel is kind of designed for security and scalability. Security is one of the key aspects, and that's how it's one of the guiding principles in the design itself. All of the components are open sourced, and some of the key benefits that you might get is it brings in the scalability and accelerability. We have kind of a lot of feedbacks from a lot of projects that have used Bevel in production is that it has reduced their deployment time by more than 80%. With that, I'll just move to the next slide. So these are some of the core automation components that Bevel use. Ansible is the primary tool that allows to kind of apply the automation, I would say. So it's the playbooks and tasks that kind of breaks down the single configuration into multiple configuration. That allows you to kind of have those blockchain related nodes stuff on the Kubernetes cluster. The HashiCorp Vault is used for the crypto storage and any kind of credential storage that kind of makes the user operator kind of free from caring about security or kind of saving their crypto materials or any other those kind of hassles are kind of reduced by that. It also prevents you from storing anything locally. The Helm is a package manager for Kubernetes, so we use Helm to kind of do the actual deployment on Kubernetes. The GitOps is used for kind of for the inbuilt CI/CD. So how Bevel works is that when I say the single configuration file that is used, so that single configuration file is broken down by Ansible, and those kind of are basically the state of the cluster itself. So how the whole blockchain network would look like kind of is stored in your Git repository. So it can be any repository which supports Git. And those Git repositories kind of stores the whole state in a declarative way rather than in a procedural way. And GitOps is the process which allows you to kind of continuously deploy any changes that would be required on the network itself. Right, I'll move to the next one. This slide might look a little heavy, but do not worry. I mean, with this, you can see there are a lot of places that you can work on to contribute. So this is the whole suite of things that blockchain as a framework provides. And as I was talking about, one of the core principles of the DLT reference architecture. So this is kind of in line to that. So Bevel kind of have different capabilities here, from the security service aspects to the DevOps service aspects to different presentation layers, integration layers, and also the DLT platform layer, as well as the infrastructure layer. So if I just touch some of those points here, in terms of the security and key management, it's taken care by HashiCorp Vault. We have been working to kind of decouple that as well and see if we can integrate some of the cloud-specific providers like the AKV or the AWS Secret Manager. So a lot of interesting stuff have been we have been working on this, and it would be an interesting place for someone new to kind of help us in doing those things. In the DevOps service, which is more of the controller side of the things, there are a lot of opportunities for anyone who is a DevOps person to look into it. For example, we have our build and testing done through Git Actions. The whole automation can be plugged in with any existing CI/CD pipelines or DevOps pipelines like Jenkins. And then there are a lot of opportunities in other different runtime architecture environments like the presentation layer. We can have a lot of monitoring and logging or dashboarding tools kind of integrated with Bevel. So all of these are some of our roadmap items, and we are looking for people who are really interested and wants to kind of work in those areas, and we are really willing to help them out and work together on those places. Now, let me just kind of move to the next slide. This is what next in Bevel. This is also, this is something which is very, very interesting and is going to be really exciting in this current next year. As I was talking about the journey of Bevel, we open sourced like 3 years back. Just 1 year back, and coincidentally, this is going to be our, this week is going to be our first anniversary since we kind of moved to a top level incubation project under Hyperledger. And this year, we are trying to kind of come up with Bevel version 1.0. And we can call this as a Bevel redesign. We are re-looking at how our Helm charts are created. We would like to kind of refactor our Helm charts so that those can be used as a direct Helm repo charts. And all of these charts, and if you start looking at our code, you'll see some of the dependencies are kind of coupled with Ansible. So we would like to kind of refactor our Helm charts to manage those dependencies by themselves. Also, we would be kind of redesigning our documentation to have it more deployment or mode based. For example, where we found that a lot of people who wanted to initially use Bevel were struggling to kind of figure out how to kind of start or basically they had different kind of requirements, as Bevel kind of has a default way to do stuff in production deployments, but there were requirements of people who want to do, let's say, a quick POC or just a pilot. So we would be kind of redesigning our documentation to have persona based or deployment mode based journeys, where there would be different paths for people to, let's say, just deploy Bevel on a local Minikube with no ingress controller or something like that, or there would be different paths for people who want to do a full blown production network setup. One more interesting thing that we kind of plan as part of Bevel 1.0 is when we look at our Ansible, which does the measure of automation, and when we look at our whole framework, we see that there are a lot of complex Kubernetes objects that we use, and currently one of the custom resources that we use is the Helm release itself. And when we looked at some of the best practices of Kubernetes, we find that Kubernetes operator is a very would be a very suitable thing that can be included in Bevel. So with that, the idea is to kind of have the whole blockchain or platform-based logic baked into the operator or the controller itself, and then that controller kind of syncs or looks up for a particular change in the CRD, which is mapped to our single configuration. So the single configuration kind of becomes the state of the network, and whenever there is a change in the set, whenever there is a change in the set or the state of the configuration, then it kind of applies that to the Kubernetes cluster. So with that, I'll just move to the final slide, which is call for contribution. So contributing to Hyperledger Bevel is very easy. All you need to do is to just come to our repo or join our Discord channel. You can contribute in any means. You can kind of contribute by simply pointing out or suggesting enhancements or suggesting any new features to us. You can contribute by contributing to the documentation itself. Personally, I kind of started my contribution journey 3 years back when the project was open sourced. I myself have learned a lot of things from Bevel by contributing in Bevel itself, from DevOps to blockchain. And with the new roadmap which we have for Bevel 1.0, it would be a very exciting and interesting journey for us. And I believe and hope that you guys will be part of this journey and help us kind of redesign Bevel. With that, I will just rest, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk here on this India chapter. Thanks, Kamlesh. Thanks, Arun.
Yeah, thank you, Swajidan. Is nice presentation, and I think there are lots of room to contribute to the Bevel is a growing and bigger project. Okay, so
Right, with that, are we taking questions?
Yeah, so any question, please?
You can put the questions in the chat.
All right, thank you. I'll stop sharing then.
Yeah. So now I would like to invite Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna is a contributor to the Hyperledger Cacti project. And I think it's a very interesting project in terms of the interoperability and the hybrid blockchain concept perspective. So Rama, you can share the screen till that I will start the introduction. So Rama is a senior researcher in IBM Blockchain India with a BTech from IIT Kharagpur, MS and PhD from UCLA in computer science. He worked for Microsoft, Bing, and since 2015, he's working in blockchain technology, especially in Hyperledger, and did a couple of projects and contributed to the Fabric code itself. And Ramakrishna, he is presently he's a founder and leader of this Hyperledger Labs Weaver project, which is recently merged with Hyperledger Cactus to become a product of Cacti. And he's a maintainer to this Hyperledger Cacti project. So over to you, Rama.
Thank you, Kamlesh. I'll stop the video so we don't have any bandwidth issues.
Yeah.
And I guess everyone can see my screen, right?
Yeah, we can see.
Very good. Okay, so I'll, as Kamlesh just mentioned, Hyperledger Cacti is a very new thing. I mean, it's the newest Hyperledger project, and it's come about as a merger between an existing Hyperledger project, Hyperledger Cactus, and the Weaver Labs project. So I'm not going to go into a deep dive on the technical aspects of Cacti, which actually at this point doesn't exist. We are still in the, it's still in the works. The merging of the code bases is still under work, in the works, and I'll talk about that later in the presentation. But yeah, this is I'm going to give you an overview of interoperability, because I think some of you probably know about it and are very familiar with the motivations, others may not be. So I'll talk about why interoperability, what exactly are the goals of an interoperability project, and then I'll talk about my own journey with the Viva Labs project leading on to Hyperledger Cacti and what it is we are planning to do. Okay. Feel free to interrupt me at any point if you have a question, or maybe, you know, if you have if you want to drop a question on chat, you can do that, and perhaps Kamlesh can bug me. So what is interoperability? It's over the past several years, and this is not going to be news to the Hyperledger community, because of different kinds of distributed ledger technologies and the phenomenon of permission networks, what you have ended up with is a fragmented blockchain ecosystem, where we have several different networks that are solving particular problems for particular clientele. So you can have a network that manages just securities or bonds, and you can have a network that just runs payments. You can have another network that just runs trade logistics. So the each of these networks, these are all built for the purpose of building a minimum viable ecosystem in that particular industrial area. And a lot of them succeeded, some of them didn't. Like recently you heard about TradeLens being is going to get shut down. So TradeLens was running a trade logistics network. It was built as a partnership between Maersk, which is the largest shipping company in the world, and IBM. But you know, there are various reasons, non-technical reasons, why some of these will or will not succeed. But regardless, you're going to see this kind of trend continuing. People are not going to all sign on to one global chain to store everything, you know, despite the vision of the original Bitcoin and Ethereum founders. So a canonical example would be of why this is a problem is, you know, you have a network that's managing bond securities, another network that's managing payments. Now, if I want to trade a bond with somebody in exchange for payment, you see it necessarily requires transactions on two separate networks, two separate distributed ledgers. The bond transfer happens in one network, payment happens in a different network. So how do you make this happen in a way that is safe, you know, across network boundaries? So you need them to happen in an atomic manner. In effect, you need some sort of a virtual abstraction which allows the two networks to work in concert or as one for such a transaction to happen. So in a nutshell, you want a cross-network transactions or transactions that are spanning multiple networks to happen in a seamless manner. That, in a nutshell, I would say is the goal of blockchain or DLT interoperability. In this particular case, it's quite simple. What you want to achieve is an atomic exchange of assets across the networks. So that's the example here. So what is the main challenge now? In the traditional services world, you could, if you want interoperability across different systems to make sure that transactions between those two systems happened in concert, you would just open an API between the two systems, right? The problem is that each system here is not a unitary entity. You cannot proxy a blockchain network or a DLT network by putting one trusted party as a proxy in front of it and making it interact with the outside world. That would kind of defeat the purpose of having a blockchain network in the first place, because you'll be violating the principles of decentralization plus trust. So that's one main thing. The other thing is, given that all of these networks are here to stay, and given that you have so many different distributed ledger technologies that have carved out niches for themselves in the market, and they provide unique value propositions. Ethereum provides a value proposition that you may not entirely find in Fabric, which provides a value proposition you may not entirely find in Ethereum. And Corda provides its own kind of a value proposition, the Sawtooth and so many other DLTs. So what we want is some way of interoperability or some solution that will be agnostic of the protocols that are used by each of these different DLT, be they Fabric or Corda or Ethereum or what have you. And finally, we want, because these networks exist to serve particular limited clientele, especially the permission networks, we want to ensure that any interoperability solution does not violate their sovereignty while simultaneously providing efficiency when it comes to cross-network transactions. So what are the uses that we want to put these to? So broadly speaking, we can categorize them in three different patterns, and you see these patterns recurring in all kinds of, if you take any any network pair or any DLT pair, you'll find that you can map any kind of cross-network transaction to one of these three patterns. What are these three patterns? One is we call data transfer or data sharing, more generally these days, is there is some data record in one network maintained by some smart contract, and then there's another smart contract running on a different network. So, but the two smart contracts on these two different networks have some kind of dependency. So they both may be handling different parts of the trade ecosystem, or they may be handling different parts of a financial workflow. But there was a good reason for them to be in two separate networks. So in real life, what are we going to do? As I mentioned earlier, you can kind of put like a trusted third party in the middle. Sorry, is there a question? I'm hearing some noise.
Okay. No, Rama,
okay, so you have if there's some data or some artifact or some asset that's been created in network A, and network B needs to know the state of that asset in order to drive its own workflow, then we need some kind of secure way which does not involve putting a trusted third party in the middle to fetch that data. So data sharing is really that in a nutshell. Now, what we want to do, in addition to just fetching the data, is to fetch the data along with proof that that particular data was authentically sourced from network A, and that proof should be able you need it in such a form that can be validated by all the peer nodes of network B. That's where consensus comes in. So you cannot just trust that a data record provided from one network is from that network without it going through consensus in the validating network. So that in a nutshell is what data sharing is about. Asset exchange I already talked about in the previous slide. You have two assets in two different networks and the parties want to exchange them. So an example is bond versus payment, and this is actually a very common use case we are seeing these days in the decentralized finance world. Finally, asset transfer, similar to asset exchange in that you want an asset that's existing on the books in one network to be transferred to a different network, which means that this asset has to be burned in the first network and then recreated, or in the case of tokens, reminted in the second network. Like asset exchange, this has to happen atomically. It's a bit different in that it involves asset creation, burning, so you have to be a bit more careful even compared to asset exchange. So these are we believe are the core capabilities for decentralized finance and central bank digital currency, and we've seen this in several use cases in the past year. There was do look up the experiment that IBM conducted for the Bank of France and HSBC last year, and there are several reports on the web where these use cases were built and demonstrated in the context of the digital euro project. So asset exchange example, delivery of payment I talked about. Asset transfer, you can have in the space of CBDC, currency tokens can be transferred between wholesale and retail CBDC ledgers. And finally, as a data sharing example, you can share asset state and readiness for trading from one ledger to another. So those are just examples. I'm going to run through because I know I don't have too much time. In the when we were starting to, so this is a relatively new field. When we were starting to explore this in about late 2018, 2019, we saw patterns like what you see on the left as a solution for interoperability. And systems like Polkadot or Cosmos or even the Ethereum Plasma at the time were advocating the solution where you have some kind of a central or settlement relay chain in the middle through which different networks or different ledgers can interoperate. Drawback of this, as we saw it, was, I mean, this kind of works for open networks. For permission networks, you end up having to subsume your sovereignty, and you have to conform to this central relay chain. The relay is not exactly a trusted third party, but it kind of acts as a central intermediary, which we thought was suboptimal, especially for permission networks. And it also reduces the privacy of all these the side networks which are trying to interoperate. So we thought there was a better solution to be had, whereby you can have networks that are interacting directly with each other. And we thought in the long run, this is going to get more scalable because you have bilateral exchanges rather than exchanges through some central fulcrum. And here, these different networks can have their own structural assurances in terms of the distributed ledger technology they run, the consensus protocol that they run. And that really is the cacti approach. Now, cacti is a merger of Beaver and Cactus. They both have slightly different ways of doing this cross-network interaction, and I'll just come to that. But at a high level, the main difference between the cacti approach and the other approaches is we eschew the use of a relay settlement network, and instead involves bilateral transactions. So what is the state of interoperability in the Hyperledger Foundation currently? So under labs, we have two different projects that are connected to interoperability. We have Beaver, which is general purpose interoperability system based on relays. And then you have UE, which provides an implementation of the Cosmos inter-blockchain communication protocol. So these are two interoperability projects, somewhat different goals. Then you had the Hyperledger Cactus project, which is the sole project for interoperability. And then you have Hyperledger Firefly, which has a tangential relation to interoperability. You can think of it more as a middleware for multi-network applications, but in some ways that can be used for interoperability purposes if you avoid particular trust assumptions. But from the interoperability perspective, mainly it's been Cactus, Weaver, and UE, and we with Cactus plus Weaver merge. Now we have the flagship Hyperledger interoperability project being Cacti, and then you have UE, which is a separate labs project. So the project that I have been involved in for the past 3 or more years is called Weaver, and we open source this as a labs project. And the vision was quite simple. You have different networks. Each of them has one or more relays and drivers, which act as the ingress or egress point or the gateway to any other network. And you can see here the different modes that I talked about: asset transfer, data sharing, asset exchange. You can use by a network to relay to network kind of communications. We can build protocols for each of these, and those protocols can be applied to any specific use case. We also envision this mechanism to allow networks or distributed networks to hook up with centralized systems like existing ERP systems. So you can have data sharing between a network and an ERP system as well. And decentralized identity is an important part. Don't have time to go into this right now, but especially for permission networks, we need some kind of trust basis for two networks to interoperate, and decentralized identity offers a promising way of doing that without, again, introducing trusted parties as intermediaries. This is the architecture of Beaver. What you have is for gateways, you have relays which are which work completely independently of the particular DLT that they're serving. So relay is not tied to Fabric or Corda or Ethereum or what have you. Now the relay you can have plugged-in components called drivers within relays, which are DLT specific, because they need to be able to understand what the relay is conveying from the outside world in order to drive some transaction in the local network. So the driver is a plugin to the relay, which is DLT specific. Okay, you can think of it that way. Now, an interoperation module is implemented as a smart contract on the particular network. So the idea is you implement some functionality which has to go through, which has to approve transactions through the native consensus logic of that network. So in Fabric, this interoperation module is implemented as a chain code. In Bezu, it would be implemented as a set of solidity contracts. In Corda, it's implemented as a Corda app. So the function is the same, it's just implemented in different ways for different DLTs. And it does the main job of managing data proofs and asset logs and those kinds of things which we need for any cross-network transactions. And then we have application SDKs for application clients to exercise any cross-network operation or to trigger cross-network actions. And then your identity service for decentralized identity. I am going to skip this mostly for time reasons. We have particular building blocks in Weaver involving both the relay functions as well as the contracts within the networks. And this is just a list of them. I have talked about this in the past, by the way. There was a presentation I did as part of the Hyperledger Cacti workshop last month, which is, I believe, on YouTube. And then there's also a presentation I did in the Hyperledger Global Forum earlier this year. So you can find that for some more details. These building blocks are can be composed to build the protocols for the main patterns that I talked about: data sharing, asset transfer, and asset exchanges. Okay, so I'll just briefly cover the history and before handing it back to Kamlesh. So the Weaver Labs project we started in 2019. It wasn't called Weaver at the time, but we were just trying to research and explore this area. So we built support for data sharing and asset transfers across Fabric, two Fabric networks, and between Fabric and Corda networks. And in 2020, we built what became the first version of Weaver. We refactored the code, produced specifications, and so on. End of Q1 of last year, we open sourced it under Hyperledger Labs. So what was going on during that time? So early 2020, if you all know, in the last Hyperledger forum before COVID, the Cactus project had been inaugurated. And the Cactus team, as a collaboration between primarily Accenture and Fujitsu, had been working on the problem. At that time, we decided to go our own way. But later in 2021, we got into discussions with the Cactus team, and we all determined that it would be mutually beneficial for us to consolidate our efforts into one single flagship interoperability project. And that finally led to the announcement that Hyperledger Cacti would be formed in the Global Forum this September in Dublin. And just shout out to our team within IBM Research India. This has been the team that's been maintaining the Weaver project, and we are also going to be working on with Accenture and Fujitsu. So that's really what this slide is about. We have Hyperledger Cacti. I think you have access to the slides. Do read this blog post which introduces the Cacti project. And we are going to be working with IBM, Accenture, Fujitsu. I mean, we're already working with them. And we have also been working with various academic researchers on the general problem of interoperability. Merging Weaver Cactus now, this is a somewhat not a technically easy thing to solve. There are similarities between the goals of both the projects, but then there are also big differences between how the two projects are engineered. So this is what is it's a summary of how we will merge Weaver Cactus. I'll just go to the the goals are we want to cover all the different interoperability modes or use cases, and rather than try to just integrate everything into common components, we will offer a selection of different protocol units based on different trust models. So there are slightly different trust models if you use Cactus compared to Weaver, and different levels of ease of use of the two systems. So in the integrated system in Cacti, we will offer different kind of options to the users, and people may use one or the other depending on their use case. I see somebody's raised their hand. You have a question? Wilson? I can't hear anybody.
Wilson, can you ask the question? Or maybe you can type the question in the chat.
Okay, maybe I'll then turn to it after I finish. I'll just take a couple more minutes and finish.
Yeah.
So what does the merge framework look like? Now we have, I already mentioned the Cactus, the Weaver relay. So what we have in Cactus, you have connectors and node servers, and we can either, we will offer them separately. Actually, I'll just come to the next slide. So if you see I showed you the Weaver vision, right, of different networks that are connected by, that are connected by relays, and then you can have protocols for data sharing, asset transfer, asset exchange across them. Now in Cactus, you have a somewhat more centralized way of doing this. You have a node server which can issue transactions to different networks, and that scenario works, and into which you can plug in the business logic governing cross-network transactions. So in the integrated framework, what we're going to have is we're going to offer both options. You're going to have, if you want to do asset transfers using decentralized pairs of relays, you can do that. That's the viewer way. Or if you want to do it via a centralized node server, you can do that as well. And same goes for the other kinds of protocols. So this is the vision of both Beaver and Cactus extrapolated and consolidated into the Cacti vision. You can see the two different architecture diagrams. This is a high-level diagram of the Cactus architecture on the left, and this is Beaver, which I already talked about earlier. So the idea is we will have the relays and the node servers provided as options for communication. We'll have the in Beaver we have the drivers. In Cactus we have the protocol adapters. Those are going to be eventually merged into common components because they serve the same purpose. And then you have the SDK in Beaver and what's called the API client within Cactus, which also serves the same purpose, and we're going to eventually consolidate them into one. Some other services we have separately in Beaver, and we will see how to integrate them within the broader Cacti framework. This is how you see, as an example of a cross-network interaction, you have Fabric, and then you have Bezu, and then you can have what we call connectors lying layered over these networks, which are built using the SDKs of the respective systems. So on Fabric, you're going to have connectors that are built on the Fabric SDK. In Bezu, over Bezu, you'll have connector built on typically the Truffle or Web3.js APIs. And your business logic, that's your application, is going to either work through the Cacti node server or through the Cacti relays in order to do any kind of data transfer or asset transfer across networks. Okay, I'll close with that and I'll take questions. I have some supplementary slides in case people want some more details. So by the way, just to take this into the future. So at this point, we don't have a consolidated code base for Cacti because
hello?
Hello?
I don't understand this. Can you explain it again, please?
Understand which part?
All of it.
Okay, you'll have to be more specific.
Wilson, are you asking, or who is there? I think I can't see who is speaking. I think everyone is mute. I don't know.
No, he asked a question and he said he couldn't understand anything. So I was trying to figure out exactly what specifically I could address.
So we request everyone to be please muted while the presentation, and we'll open up for Q&A in some time. Thanks for understanding.
Yeah. So I think Rama, no question. I think.
Okay, so just to give you like where this is going in the future. So we have at this point we don't have an integrated code base because both the Cactus and the Beaver projects had particular tasks in the pipeline that we wanted to complete, and we needed to freeze them. And we had a couple of Hyperledger summer interns working on some features which are close to getting done. So we will try to get an integrated Cacti code base before the holidays, but it may be tough because we need help from the Hyperledger staff and they may not be around during the holidays, but definitely by early January, we will have a code base. So yeah, for now, you can look at both the Cactus and the Beaver projects separately. And once in the new year, we have Cacti, we solicit all contributions and suggestions from the community. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rama.
So
let me remove host. Okay.
Hey, Kamlesh. So
yeah.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Rama. So by the way, if you don't already know Rama, So he's from IBM Research, and congratulations again, Rama, for getting elected into TOC this year. And yeah, looking forward to working with you through the year. And it's great to see people from this region participating at in these forums. So again,
Thank you.
congratulations.
Thank you. Looking forward to working with you too.
Thanks, Rama.
Arun, can you check the chat? Can I remove Julian? Because something may be pretending to be him.
So there are questions.
There's someone put a comment in, a very nasty comment. That's not me, right? So I think there's a few imposters we have on the line, right?
So
Yes, whoever Ben is. I don't need to leak those people, right?
So
Yeah,
so Kamlesh, can you take care of that?
Yeah, I will do that.
We request everyone to behave well in the community. So as you all understand, all Hyperledger meetings are following the Linux Foundation guidelines. So we request everyone to follow community guidelines. So give respect and be respected in the community. So yeah, so up next, right? So we do have our sessions to continue with our sessions. So just a note, like now we are all in office in person here in Exathought. So I know like there are people I could see in HCL as well at Noida, and I'm sure like there are people in KBA at Tirunanthapuram, at IITMK. So so over here at least we have snacks and some refreshments available for Exathought, people who are based in Exathought. So Vikram,
Yes, same here. So we'll also be taking a break, to break for some tea. And but before that, there are a few questions as well, from the room. If for Rama, I suppose, for Rama, right? Yeah. So for Rama, there are a few questions if from the room.
Yeah, sure. We can take questions and then we can proceed.
Okay. So Rama, you there?
I am.
Okay. So, okay. Please introduce yourself and ask the question.
Yeah, I am Sumit from working with the Basil with the strategic department. It's under the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. Okay, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I am actually asking about you are talking about the transferring the data from the one centralized to uncentralized. Okay, because you are making the decentralization to the centralization, some kind of the thing.
Hello.
So our primary focus was on communicating data between two decentralized networks, but we think the same mechanism can translate to centralized to decentralized, or decentralized to centralized as well, because the way we have the data requested and consumed across two DLT networks, we can break it into two parts. One is the network that is requesting the data and validating the data. You have particular mechanisms there, and then you have a network that's supplying the data, you have particular mechanisms there. So if the other end happens to be a centralized system, all you have to do is you have to do the part, your part, and how the centralized system consumes the data or how it supplies the data is up to it.
Okay. Yeah, and then previous one.
Won't be difficult to ask them.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
We'll try to connect you and get that answer.
Okay. Feel free to ask any questions. I mean, reach out to me on email or Discord or whatever.
I think thanks, Rama. Yeah. So questions, no more questions from HCL office. Thanks.
Thanks. I'll drop off then. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Rama, for joining.
Thanks, Kamlesh.
So up next, we will continue with our presentations, and for next set of sessions, we do have events, we do have presenters parallelly presenting across different regions, including for the virtual presentations that are going to happen. So all these sessions will be recorded and will be posted on YouTube later for viewing purpose. So we will request you to continue, and Vikram and the Kerala blockchain KBA, I think the next set of sessions would be the local events. So how do you want to proceed from here? And Kamlesh will be Kamlesh.
Yeah, so I suppose, the idea would be to, create 3 breakout rooms, I suppose. one virtual, 4 breakout rooms, basically, one for Bangalore, one for Noida, then for Trivandrum, similarly for Trivandrum, and also for virtual. So I think, we need to create 4 rooms and anyone can switch between them. That would be the best way to go about it. And the second part would be that, of course, here in Noida location, we'll be taking, 10-15 minutes break for tea, and then, we'll rejoin. So that is, from this location.
Yeah, okay. So I think, but virtually we can start. But I think before
Yes.
can I create the virtual room? I will just do 4, right? 4 virtual room, correct?
Yes, we need to create 4 rooms.
And include course to breakout rooms, assign manually. Should I assign manually or how it does it?
Up to them, and let participants choose room.
Okay. So I created 4 rooms. So I just need to rename, right? So Bangalore. Okay. This is SPL Noida. KBA. So yeah, I created this 4 rooms with Bangalore, SCL, Noida, KB, Kerala, and virtual.
Kamlesh, maybe I think you should go live, right? Or is it created?
I think it's created actually.
Yeah, it is created.
Yeah, but I need to go to broadcast message. Is there? I think people can join now there, or I need to actually I need to assign manually actually.
So it's up to them to join, or you can assign as well. So I suppose please assign HCL to Noida room, and as so, or probably let me go there and come back. Let me try to go to Noida. Yeah.
Can I help? Yeah. We've got 1 or 2 interlopers, right?
Yeah.
I think easy, send everyone to Bangalore.
Okay, people joining the virtual. I think people joining.
So I don't see an option over here to switch. Oh, okay.
No, I think people are moving to different rooms, I believe.
Oh, okay. Kamlesh, can you maybe just talk how people can navigate through? Okay, so everyone, I think on your Zoom screen, there is an option that you can see, which allows you to join different breakout rooms. So if you go to Zoom at the bottom, I think if you don't see it on main screen, click on more. There are 3 dots. And over there, you can click breakout rooms. And in the breakout room, you should be able to see who are all part of which breakout room, right? And then you could join the location that the different sessions that you want to attend. So there will be virtual presentation, and there will be the in-person presentation happening across 3 different locations. So I hope this information was helpful.
Yeah.
And while you are in the group, feel free to say hi to people in the group and introduce yourself on the chat.
Still, I can see around 24 people not join any room.
So virtual will be on this main screen only, or is it a different? Okay.
Is a different room.
Got it. Okay.
Even Vikram, you also not joined your room. Yeah, now. So I think we have around 40 minutes. So if anybody want to discuss something, want to introduce, talk to each other, so that we can do till that, or we can maybe break for the lunch. So at 2 p.m. we have one panel discussion talking about the emerging themes in blockchain, like CBDC, tokenization, metaverse, and all this stuff. Just good to know. I think you don't have access to communicate. Just change. Yeah, so now I think I'm given access to anybody can unmute and can talk. Can anybody try?
Hi, Kamlesh. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
It's working now. Yeah, a lot of hecklers in these meetings if you don't stop them. It was pretty interesting. Like I found the extension pretty interesting. Like I was having problems developing Jane code. So what I was doing, I was first developing it on Node.js and then like re-implementing the whole thing into the chain code. That was like easier for my workflow. But now doing this would like change some things.
I think this session from Ashwath is really good. How to debug the chain code.
Couldn't hear you. Can you speak again?
I'm saying this session from Ashwath about the chain code debugging, that is really nice. And even he is making that tool as a open source in the Hyperledger Labs.
Okay, so when is it? When is the lecture? Like,
So I think it was there in a virtual breakout rooms. It was just
okay.
You did join a virtual session, means like here. When you joined actually?
I joined in the starting, but I was looking at Kerala Blockchain Association. They were doing some things with Hyperledger India. So I was also
Oh.
working in some of the things in Indy, so I was interested in that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I think this particular session I'm talking about this fabric chain code debugger that was in virtual.
Yeah, I looked at that too, but I was not able to totally go through. I looked at it in the end when he was showing up the configuration of the Hyperledger debugger extension. But it was quite interesting. Like, I didn't know that people are doing this kind of fast development in VS Code extensions, and it's quite interesting.
So anybody is Subham, who is Subham, Shambit Kumar, Arjun, I think Vimal, I think many people knew. Can you introduce or maybe share what you are doing?
Maybe I can go.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I'm completely new to this technology. And talking about what I work on, I am a data analyst in one of the pharmaceutical company, and we are trying, as a team, we are trying to enhance our skill set with the new technology. And we thought blockchain is revolutionary in terms of what it is trying to offer. So as a team, we are just learning from different kind of courses and through different live streams about blockchain, and we are just doing our own research where we could implement this in our use cases.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Subham.
may I?
Yeah.
Vimal here. Yeah, may I?
Yeah, Vimal.
Yeah, so my name is Vimal and I am from Ahmedabad. And currently I'm working as a .NET solution architect in one of the Ahmedabad company. And I have completed few months back one IAM blockchain course provided by IAM, which Lucknow, I think. So I did the blockchain course, but I did not get any real-time opportunity to work on this. So I'm looking for that. If I can get any real-time opportunity to work on blockchain or Hyperledger.
Okay.
Yeah, hi Kamlesh, hi everyone. I'm Sambit. I'm from Bangalore. So I'm working as a QA automation lead at the Publicis IP in Bangalore. And with very much interest and curiosity, I have learned blockchain from IIT Kanpur under Professor Sandeep Shukla guidance. Okay. So currently I'm exploring opportunities in Bangalore blockchain and learning more and more and exploring it.
Okay. Yes, nice a bit. So even Professor Sandeep Shukla joining us today 2 p.m.
For the virtual session, Kamlesh?
Yeah, virtual session. So he will be joining the same link at 2 p.m. with one panel discussion.
Okay, good to see. So Kamlesh, the thing is actually I missed out the first half of the session which was conducted by Aswat on the breakout room. I was on the YouTube live and watching it, but even I pinged him in chat, so I missed few sessions. So will I get the recording of this Aswat session?
Yeah, so I think it's already recorded. So I have recorded it. So it will be uploaded on Hyperledger YouTube channel.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Kamlesh.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Kamlesh.
Anyone want to say hi?
Yeah, hi. Kamlesh, this is Jay Krishna. I'm from Hyderabad. I work for a company called DP World. It's primarily a logistics company. We work for internal blockchain team for enabling secure data sharing among some government entities within Dubai. We're currently running a proof of concept there. So we just came here. We also do that on Hyperledger Fabric. So we use Hyperledger Fabric a lot internally. So we wanted to see, what else we can learn from the conference, what people are doing here. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Subham or
Hey, hi Kamlesh, Shubham here. I'm working with Jai Krishna only, like we are in the same team.
okay. Yeah. Sambit Kumar.
Yeah, I think I have spoken, right?
Okay, you spoken. Sorry, I missed it.
No worries.
Samuel, where from join?
Was that for me, Kamlesh?
No, there is another person joined, Samuel Deshawn. So 2 p.m. we have very interesting panel discussion where this Dr. Sandeep, Atom IIT Kanpur, then Naresh Jain, the founder, Prashant Lohar, CEO of one block estate, and this Deepak. So mostly good people joining. So
Kamlesh, I had
this,
one question.
yeah.
Maybe a like stupid question because since I'm a beginner, what would be the programming language that has a lot of support from the community and to get started into the fabric?
So from the development perspective, so I think what are the traditional technology, whether you Java, JavaScript, Node.js, Go, all is supported. So any developer who are already using this tech could become a Hyperledger Fabric developer. And the tool are sort of the same: Docker, Kubernetes, shell scripting. So I think technology perspective is nothing new to learn. You just need to learn what is the blockchain and how you could apply, and the tech perspective. But as a programming level, all is same.
Okay, and also it doesn't matter what OS we are developing
correct.
in, right? Okay.
Yeah, so OS, so I think that is the Fabric generally some kind of Docker containers. So it whatever the machine the Docker could run, it supports to run.
Okay.
So even there is a proper document to run Fabric on Windows, and to running in the container.
Okay. Yep. Thanks for your input, Kamlesh.
Kamlesh, I have multiple questions. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, you can go ahead. We have time.
Okay, so as I see, there are a couple of topics which are pipeline in the session, right? So we will be discussing about the metaverse at 2 p.m., right? So curious to know whether Hyperledger Fabric will be supportive for developing metaverse, or is it only the Ethereum, which is public blockchain, which is going to work?
Yeah, nothing like even I've seen many. I have few companies who are using Hyperledger based projects to build a metaverse. So metaverse is some kind of virtual world, right? But inside you have tokenization, some kind of payment mechanism, or some kind of digital representation. So all could be whether you want to run on a Ethereum or want to run on a Hyperledger. Not an issue actually.
Okay. So my second question would be will Hyperledger Fabric? I'm mostly aware of Hyperledger Fabric is mostly used in the supply chain domain, right? So is it possible? Will Hyperledger Fabric overcome with other domains as well beyond supply chain?
So I think Hyperledger is not beyond supply chain. If you go and do the research, so like for example, go to the CBDC projects. So more than 50% projects are using the Hyperledger Fabric, or you can go to the any digital R&D, financial services. So Fabric is used is not only for supply chain.
Okay. Okay.
So, hey all, hi from Bangalore location. Kamlesh, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. So I think Vikram is still right. Then we can close the room.
So yeah, so Bangalore location is taking a break now, and we will be joining back in about half an hour from now. So we will have the Zoom call on, and we'll join back in some time. We are taking a small break.
Yeah.
So Kamlesh, we have broken for lunch over here in Noida. Yeah. Thanks. So what time are we starting panel discussion?
I think 2 p.m. right?
We'll have to delay a bit because people have just started, going for lunch. So can we do it, maybe 15 minutes late?
Yeah, so I think when these people start joining, then we can plan accordingly.
So we will break.
Because how we will communicate to all the people. So let them join. Anyway, they would take some time to join, right?
Vikram, let's try for 30 minutes and we'll join back.
Okay. Okay, we'll try for that. Thanks.
Okay. Arun, you called me?
Sorry, Kamlesh?
You just called, right?
I didn't get you.
I think you just called me.
Oh, right. This is for the virtual session to end. I think we need to get all the virtual rooms people back into the main room, and we can have a networking going on in this main room while we take the break.
Yeah. So I already closed all the rooms. Vikram, how to close? Sorry, Arun, how to close this virtual room? Yeah, I am not able to close it. Can I can do that? Vikram, these people in virtual room, how I can bring them to main room?
They need to leave the room, I think. Just need to leave the room.
But like suppose I deleted other rooms, but I'm not able to delete this particular room.
Unless I think you need to get the host permission.
So should I delete all the rooms?
Oh, already deleted actually.
No, they are there. Bangalore is also there. Let me delete it then. Kerala is also there. Yep, all deleted now. Virtual is also a room. Let me delete that one. Yep. Now all are deleted. Now there are no breakout rooms. I'll be back soon. So if there is no presentation, we should shall I put up saying that we are on a break?
Yes, we can add that message. We are on break.
Okay. Let me do that then.
And I think can we stop recording, right? I think we are doing YouTube live, right?
I mean that's all right. So YouTube live is good. Let me कर देते हैं कोई लंच कब होगा? लंच चाह रहा है तो कहें लंच ले क्वेश्चन पूछने के लिए ये एज इट इज पढ़ दूं क्या बस क्वेश्चन? पहला तो 5 मिनट इंट्रोडक्शन में चला जाएगा। ये यहाँ पे इंट्रोडक्शन नहीं करवा रहा हूँ, उन्हें कहाँ कह रहा हूँ इंट्रोडक्शन, उन्हें कहूँ क्या इंट्रोड्यूस करने को? ये तो बोल रहे हैं छोटा बोलिंग होता है, हम नहीं है, तुम नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होता, सब बड़े होते हैं। पढ़ रहा है, पढ़ रहा है क्या? अरे वो सीएस डिपार्टमेंट में है हेड से 2020 हाँ नहीं वो ठीक इंटेलिजेंट है। इंट्रोडक्शन में थोड़ा सा दे दे, इंट्रोडक्शन थोड़ा दे दूं कि उनसे थोड़ी कहूं खुद अपने आप को इंट्रोड्यूस करो। हां बुलाते हैं स्टेज पे बुलाते हैं, तब तो उसके बारे में बता, बस बता दूंगा कहां खुद को इंट्रोड्यूस करते हैं। एक लाइन बता के ज्यादा नहीं बताओ तो एक लाइन बता के कह देते हैं। आइडिया कोई आइडिया है तो हाइपरलेजर स्पॉन्सर भी करेगा? नहीं कुछ नहीं करेगा। अरे ये आइडिया सुनने में क्या फायदा, ये जो आइडिया का फायदा, ये फायदा का मतलब खड़े होकर बुलवा दिया ना, वो ठीक है, तो उतना ही हाइपरलेजर क्या फायदा? एक बड़ा नाम नहीं है, हमारे नाम किसी का नाम नहीं है, ऊपर कैसे शॉप पे जाते हैं तो वही प्रोडक्ट मिलते हैं। आपको चाहे जितना से अच्छा दिखा दे पर आपको ब्रांड का नाम नहीं पता है, नाम दिमाग में नहीं रहा है तो सीबीडीसी के बारे में क्वेश्चन पूछा है। हाँ वहाँ सीबीडीसी वाला वही है, ऑल्सो हियर मैनी सीबीडीसी को पहले मालूम होगा, ये होना भी चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए, सीबीडीसी को पहले मालूम होगा क्योंकि कईयों के इस पे नेगेटिव कमेंट्स भी आ सकते हैं, कोई नेगेटिव लाएगा तभी मजा आता है। कहाँ आ रहा हूँ वही सोच रहा हूँ, आपने तो तुम्हारी बात ही है, उनके लिए लिखवाया ना, मुझे तो मॉडरेट करना है ना अगला डिस्कशन। मॉडरेट ये नहीं, कार्तिक को लिया था कि अगर किसी को निकालना है रूम से उसके लिए उसके लिए या किसी को इंट्रोड्यूस करना उसके लिए मैंने कही थी किसको कार्तिक कर लेगा। ठीक है ये मेरा तो नेट चल रहा है, चल रहा है। तो कैसे मैं वहां बैठ कर दूंगा, तो ये वाला लैपटॉप को वहां ले जाऊंगा नहीं, या इस अपने लैपटॉप से कर दूंगा। तो फिर क्या फिर चले या फिर रोटी खाने थोड़ी सी? फिर मैं जाऊंगा, लेट में शेड्यूल चालू होता है। अच्छा चल फिर तू रुक जा, ये देख लिए, ये मोबाइल ले जाऊंगा फिर उसका मोबाइल पे ले ले। तो थोड़ा रहने दो, ऐसे ये थोड़ा दिख रहा है ना सामने, मतलब ऐसे लग रहा है कि मेरे जैसे कहीं ना दिख रहा हो तो लोग चले जाएंगे। जब दिख रहा है तो ले जाऊंगा उसको साथ। चलो मैं फटाफट आ जाऊंगा, 5-10 मिनट में आ जाऊंगा, ये देख रहा हूँ। हाँ तो मैं जल्दी चलूंगा, निकाल के देखो कौन निकाल रहा है। हाँ.
I think we will start in 5-6 minutes. Prasanna Lohar is missing. He's joining. I just confirmed it with him. So even you can see the attendee joined less in virtually, but we are live in 3 locations as well. So you can see we are from Bangalore office, and Vikram is from SCL Noida and also from KBA, Kerala. So there are lots of people joined in person there.
Vikram, are you done from Noida? You're on mute.
Yes, I'm there.
Oh, okay. Noida location is ready. And how will you do you have any panelists in Noida also with you?
No. We are all panelists are virtual.
Okay. And how about Kerala? Do we have Kerala people back in the conference hall?
Can someone from the Kerala team respond?
So even Prasanna Lohar is joining from this KBA location only, but he will join virtually.
Right. So anybody from Kerala region?
So Vikram, can we start? I think meanwhile Prasanna joined, then we'll introduce him also. Well, I think Naresh, Deepak, and Sandeep Kumar Shukla joined. I need to make them something host, or they can start the video.
We need to make them co-host.
So you can, Kamlesh, you can also pin them and then spotlight that to everyone.
Yeah. So actually, Jay, you are a host. Can you make me host, or can you do this?
Let me do it.
Yeah.
So I'll probably pin everyone, right? So I'll pin Vikram. Just tell me the panelist name. And
Yeah, Vikram, then Naresh.
Wait 1 second. I'm checking. 1 second. How do I pin?
I think you need, or you can add on some kind of spotlight now.
I don't see a pin option. I'll make you the host, Kamlesh, and try.
Okay.
No, Jai is the host.
Yeah, that's right.
And who's can you, Kamlesh?
I think I'm not a host, not co-host. You need to make me.
Yeah. I'll can you tell me
who are the other participants, Kamlesh? If you can tell us, we can pin them.
So yeah, Sandeep Kumar Shukla.
Sanjeev Kumar.
And then Naresh Jain.
I'm checking if they are on the call.
No, they are on the call. They're on the call only.
I see Sandeep Kumar. Okay, I see Sandeep Kumar Shukla.
And then did you say Naresh Jain? Okay.
I added
Naresh. And then Deepak Ghatge.
There. Good. Yeah.
Okay, and Prasanna is joining.
So do you see?
And presenter view SCL, I think Vikram also need to make it.
Right. And what do you see? Do you see spotlight of everyone, or what do you see on your screen?
No, I see you. I see only you.
Check now. We did. What about now, guys?
No, still okay.
I don't see spotlight option. Maybe I see it at individual.
So actually give me access. I will do that. I just did in the morning.
I have been added to Spotlight, I suppose.
Yeah, you are on Spotlight. Kamlesh, I'll transfer the host to you.
Okay.
Vikram, shall I call Nikhil, or do you want me to, or you are calling Nikhil?
Or
So,
KB,
I think still other people not added as a spotlight. Sandeep is missing, Naresh is missing, Deepak is missing. Vikram, now you are a host. Can you make me co-host?
Just, yeah, just give me a sec.
You're the host, Kamlesh, check once.
No, I'm a co-host, but not a host. To giving that spotlight, someone need to be host.
So after making a spotlight, try to pin and see what happens. Can you pin Prasanna? I mean, somebody else, maybe pin
Yes, so
Naresh.
like I did Naresh pin. And
No, it's still
add pin. Okay.
Deepak, add pin.
Yeah.
So Sandeep, Deepak, and then we have Naresh. Just give me a sec.
So I did the thing.
No, we see the full grid view now.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah,
It's
so
not
that's
even
right.
good, right? Yeah, I just did it.
Can you spotlight only the?
So grid view is rather better, right? Or how do you want to go about it?
We want to spotlight.
I think this is also good. I think Prasanna also joined. I will add him. Yeah. So now all the people here, we can start actually.
I don't think just give me a sec. Let me make them co-host. Right?
Yeah. So can they start video? Can they start video or not?
Hey, okay. So I'm making it. What do you guys see from your screens?
Unless we can't switch on our video or the chat option is not enabled.
Okay. Just 1 minute then.
Can you try now?
Yeah, you can try now. Yeah.
So what do you see from your screens?
Grid view of all five of us. All five of the, so 4 panelists and myself.
Kamlesh, can you try pinning all the panelists?
Deepak, there is light at your end.
Yeah, I think it's there only. I think we can see in the same lights, all the panelists in the Vikram, in the grid.
Or maybe let's do it this way, right, Kamlesh? You can spotlight the speakers. Whoever is speaking, they get spotlighted. And that way it will be much better. And everybody else will be on mute.
Okay. So I think you need to make me.
Should we go as is? I don't know. But it will take some time, right? Otherwise.
Yeah, we'll get started.
Okay, just I'm doing. And now let me do that.
Okay, so I'll start then. Shall we start?
Yes.
Yeah, we can start that way. And,
okay. Okay, then. Thank you everyone for joining us at Blockchain TechFest for this, panel discussion on the topic of emerging themes in blockchain, ESG, tokenization, and metaverse. Just give me a sec. I think, it's not being displayed over here. So I'll have to do something about that. It is not on display for some reason. It still says we are on Android.
But I know on the Zoom it looks okay. I think everyone on the screen. Am I audible?
It's there. It's there now. Sorry. Yes. Okay. So thank you everyone again for joining us at the Blockchain TechFest for this panel discussion on the topic of metaverse, of emerging themes in blockchain, ESG, tokenization, and metaverse. I am Vikram Sharma, moderator for this panel discussion. And in my professional life, I lead, blockchain practice at HCL. And I'm also, a senior blockchain architect. I've been in industry for about more than 15 years now, and, with blockchain for about 5 years. And, I have a passion to use technology to solve business problems and have been, providing solution architecture, design, and technology roadmap for customer globally. I like to stay connected with the community, and by way, so I'm part of Hyperledger India Chapter. So I lead event organizations, and support that, the community with, meetup organizations as well. So I have with me, 4 of the esteemed panelists, best in the industry that we could have, right? Each of them has, such strong credentials that, it would have taken, me a complete hour if I were to do them justice, right? So please excuse me for that. And I'll just introduce them, and then probably, they can, introduce them themselves. I suppose, I'll definitely miss out on some of those details. So I have with me, starting with Professor Sandeep Shukla. So Sandeep is, IEEE Fellow and ACM Distinguished Scientist. He is currently Professor of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Kanpur, which he headed, during 2017 to 2020. Before joining IIT Kanpur, he was, a professor at Virginia Tech, USA, and he is currently Associate Director of ACM Transactions on Cyber Physical Systems and Journal of British Blockchain Association. Welcome, Professor Sandeep. So, so if you want to say a couple of words, and then I'll introduce the other panelists. If you want to.
Thank you for inviting me to the panel, and thank you for the introduction. I am running the National Blockchain Project funded by the National Cybersecurity Coordinator's Office since 2018, and we have developed a number of solutions which are actually deployed, like the land registry on blockchain in Karnataka, an e-procurement solution in Karnataka. We also have a self-sovereign identity blockchain, which is used for giving credentials, verifiable credentials, and mostly currently it is being used for providing degrees of IIT Kanpur, IIT Indore, IGNOU, AKTU, and yesterday the Police Academy and RRU. So we have been using Hyperledger through and through. So I'm a Hyperledger person. That's it.
Yes, thank you, Professor Sandeep. So next we have with us Naresh Jain. He is co-founder at Snapper Future Tech, with more than 3 decades of industry experience, with more than 2 decades of management and IT consulting. So Naresh is also a proud entrepreneur and investor in blockchain technology, and he has, multi-domain expertise and various accolades and certifications to his name. So welcome, Naresh. Couple of words from you.
Thank you, Vikram, and thank you for inviting me for this as a panelist. I'll be glad to share whatever knowledge I have gathered in last 5.5 years. So currently, as a company, we are really doing a lot of innovative work. We are a Hyperledger certified service provider. And as such, we are working on multiple blockchain framework, but it's all across industry. Different kind of use cases and products and training, all of that. Thank you.
Yes, welcome, Naresh. And then next we have with us Prasanna Loha. So he is CEO at Blockstack and is practicing blockchain research, digital transformation, and innovation implementation. So he has a vision to make India a hub for blockchain and Web 3.0. He is also director at Association of Emerging Technologies in India, and previously he was also CIO for DCB Bank. Welcome, Prasanna, to the conversation. Couple of words from you. You are on mute.
Thank you, Vikram, and great to be here among all the mentors of blockchain, Mr. Naresh, Sandeep sir, Deepak. So let's look forward how this discussion is going to help you for all of our friends who are listening us. So thank you so much, Hyperledger India, for inviting me and all of our colleagues out here. So as you already introduced me, so thank you once again, and look forward for engaging discussion with all of our mentors. Thank you.
Yes, welcome, Prasanna. And next we have, fourth panelist, last but not the least. So Deepak Ghadge. So he is co-founder at Stealth Blockchain Startup and co-founder at Master Mentors Advisory, Private Limited, a blockchain consulting and development company in partnership with Natsoft. He comes with 25 years of experience across industries. His passion for blockchain and its potential to change the business environment led him to, blockchain ecosystem. I'll let him introduce himself and, on the points that I might have missed.
Thanks, Vikram. Thanks for inviting for this panel discussion. It's a great opportunity. I've been working and discussing a lot of use cases along with my mentor and panelist, Prasanna Lohar. We've been sharing a lot of knowledge across platforms, across use cases. And this is a fantastic platform to discuss the use cases where we are talking about CBDC, Web3 and Metaverse, as these are growing technologies and these are going to shape the business models and enterprise to scale up. And it is also putting India in a different league of players on the global ecosystem, especially the CBDC initiative where the government has started with RBI has already started the pilot. I think we are going to see an incredible growth in terms of CBDC implementation as well as G20 presidency, where we are currently hosting the G20 people who are based out of India now. And there are some good news which are coming through. Hopefully by end of this presidency, we will achieve a lot. And thanks a lot for that.
Yes, welcome, Deepak. And I'll, in interest of time, I would, get started with our, discussion. So the theme for today is emerging themes in blockchain, ESG, tokenization, and metaverse. So to start with ESG, so I would, so I see that, many of the, industry leaders and everyone is talking about ESG, right? And so on observing, the blockchain happenings in business, so sustainability has become, a center point or a center focus for everyone. And I think, in coming years, we are going to see, a lot when it comes to, sustainability. So it is actually a good thing in that, the focus is coming over there. So I want to hear your views, Professor Sandeep, that how do you believe that, ESG is going to, that focus on ESG is going to, build us for the future, and how blockchain can help us?
Yeah, so sustainability and environment is becoming more important every day because of global warming and population explosion and so on. And there are certain things that various governments are bringing on. For example, carbon credit, they're talking about water saving. They're talking about, various kinds of credits for doing sustainable practices and environmental friendly industrial practices. So a few months ago, I was talking to a company that does sensors for water systems in the industry, and they have IoT based sensors through which they actually meter the amount of water they actually use and save. And they actually were talking about using those IoTs to actually create a credit system for water saving practices over a blockchain. The reason why they wanted to use blockchain is because right now it's currently it is self-reporting system. Now the self-reporting system may or may not be trustworthy, and therefore if the IoT devices can directly put the data on the blockchain, and that data can be actually then used for analytics, then one can actually, the government as well as public in general can actually have a view on how the water sustainable practices of water usage, especially industries that are very intensive in water usage, can do that. Similarly, I know a number of companies that are using carbon credit system on blockchain. So I see that there is a movement for this environmental and sustainability practices to be transparent to common people and the government, so that the regulations are complied with, as well as the reputation of the organizations can be actually put out to public in a very trustworthy manner. So I think there is a lot of scope of blockchain in this space, and there are a lot of movement in that direction, and I think more movements will come. So I think this is one of the good practices of blockchain, that I particularly feel very good about.
Yes, so I couldn't agree more on that self-reporting will continue to pose challenges, and so IoT based reporting is important. And use of blockchain for transparency is also, very, important in my, at least in my view. And, if I leave the, the continent of Antarctica, I think in rest all of the, continents I've been having, conversations with customers or, working on, sustainability and ESG, methods. So what are your, thoughts when it, Naresh, that, should, we look at, IoT and blockchain, or IoT or blockchain is also an option?
All right. First of all, let me start by saying IoT and blockchain definitely both are going to play a big role. No doubt about that. And because the major challenge what we are facing today, or we are going to face, because it just started, we are targeting 2050 for net zero carbon. For that, for decades, for centuries, in fact, in India, we have been collecting waste, right? And that process of recycling, it's already there. In global level, that process recently started. So major challenge what we are facing today is that we are not able to track. So whatever recycling we are doing, even though we are producing less carbons and we are saving it, we are not able to produce a showcase. And over there, it becomes very, very important that how do we prove that what has been recycled or how much carbon saving we have done? And for that, of course, one of the ways is using sensors when we are doing waste management, like waste collection, when we do at different places from where we have collected how much, what kind of waste, and how different companies or different people are managing that. So complete traceability. And that is where the biggest gap is as on today, that without having a proper traceability, it will become a problem to prove to the world that we are becoming carbon neutral. And for that, blockchain plays a big role and will play a big role. For example, if I talk about, say, plastic recycling or battery recycling or e-waste, over there, currently EPR certificates are produced. Extended producer responsibility EPR certificate are produced mainly by the recyclers. And there are a lot of frauds happen because the whole market, first of all, it's informal sector. Over there, it's all a lot of manual paperwork and compliances are heavy. Because of that, there are challenges. And if we are able to bring a solution or system where we can do starting from waste collection till creating a EPR certificate and complete traceability of that. And even after that, when we do recycling, whatever products we are manufacturing out of that, the consumer or the end customer should be able to trace back, saying that what kind of products has been waste has been recycling that, from where it has come. From compliance point of view, traceability point of view, bringing informal everybody in a formal sector, and ultimately reducing frauds. That is the need of the hour, and blockchain can play a big role in that.
Yes, some excellent views, and especially, you talked about traceability and compliance. So if I talk about, standardization, because, if I look at, ESG scores, there are so many, different standards of how you report data and what you report that data into, how do you calculate your ESG score. That has also been, one of the things that, people have been talking about, that, there is no standardization across, right? Different entities or different organizations are reporting using different schema or different, method of calculation. So my question to you, Prasanna, is how do you believe that, we should be, working towards it? That, with so many different standards, accepted across, different geographies or, places. You're on mute, Prasanna.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, I think very, very good question. And nothing works without right standards. It all research and aspiration towards much more needed innovations. Imagine we have a very good standards around security. We have a very, very good standards around data transformation on the internet. Likewise, ESG is a global agenda now. it has not remained a particular organization relevant agenda where governments are involved, public bodies are involved, and the whole aspiration today may not be that intent. But by the time we reach 2025 or 2030, the need of meeting SDG guidelines as well as the ESG pointers is going to be very, very critical and important. Today, there are some business model where countries and UNs and various government associations, even G20, it was being discussed, are driving it. And there are a lot of tech companies and startups are coming up with some kind of innovation which is being adopted by bodies of industries. Example, in Maharashtra, we had this water resource group who has come up with some guidelines for all the hotel industry to use recycled water. Now, although this guideline is there, how do you really go and measure and calibrate whether the particular hotel is utilizing the recycled water in the measured capacity at 10 o'clock today? So how do you bring on that stuff where technology can come play into role, where Nariji spoke about how do you have an accuracy of a data capturing and actual accuracy reporting out there to the government, so that a government, whenever want to audit and see against this particular ESG guideline, whether the things are really going ahead adequately or not. I think those kind of stuff where we can really practice it now, but as far as the standards and the procedure are concerned, it is, I think it is a long way. There has to be a lot of efforts has to be taken in that context. Certainly, as of now, much things are being explored. There are a lot of exchanges are coming, like carbon credit exchanges and so on. But as a standard, I think we have to really work closely with all the other governments, and I think this should become a right agenda ahead of adoption of many other areas. So I think, in a nutshell, we have to reach to that milestone to have a right set of processes and standards. But a lot of huge efforts are being taken by governments, relevant corporates, and startups or tech companies also participating. What we have seen 2 years before and today, many corporates are now coming and imparting a lot of contribution to the ESG implementations. So it's, I think we need to be part of this and create a right set of standards and the processes so that it becomes win-win situation rather than an ultimate guideline for a corporate to have this whole particular practice the way we have various departments. So now, as of now, this responsibility is being taken care either by some of the CSR groups within a corporates or marketing guys to bring on. But I think ESG becomes agenda for every corporate. In a nutshell, every government out there, state or central, we need to have a standardization. Now, within India, there are some standards. There are some bodies who are coming up with some kind of standards. But the way we have a global standard is we have to reach that junction. But I think it's a continuous journey. We need to at least put more investment, more innovation, more research around these areas to bring what is that needed for the next steps. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So we lost your video, Prasanna, for some time, but yes, you were audible. And so essentially, what you're so if I gather your thoughts, so you are saying that that there has to be a structure put in place with different with the government bodies. So and I suppose there would also be some role of how has been some role of how people have been or investors have been talking about, or investing into only when the business is sustainable, and not just sustainable from the sustainable eco and friendly for ecosystem as well, right? So yeah, so with that in mind, Deepak, my question to you would be that do you believe it has to be a global effort, or when it comes to carbon like emissions tracking, or like something at the level of United Nations or something like that, or it has to be regional efforts to bring up those standards and do that tracking, and and what would be the role of individuals in there or investors into it?
See, today, good question. See, today the impact on climate and the impact on soaring temperatures. Today morning itself, I posted on LinkedIn, Mumbai was never 35 degrees in winters. This is an impact of climate change. probably one of the reasons, right? And every other city is around 20, 22 degrees. Mumbai today, in the last week, it's soaring around 34 to 37 degrees, which is not quite obvious, which is a deviation actually. And this is a global problem, and it has to be addressed at a global level, where Prasanna also spoke about the standardization, where it will eventually evolve. But at a regional level, you do not have to wait for things to happen at a global level. Today, we are talking about G20 presidency. We are talking about debt, cryptocurrency, and climate as one of the hot topics where the G20 people are discussing to close this, come to a conclusion by end of this 2023. And there, as a country, if you want to take the position or a leader as a presidency, you need to have a foolproof system to eradicate or reduce the carbon emission of the waste management product. See, in the Western world, probably I think Sweden or Norway, where they have specific areas where you can put your e-wastes, where you can dump your e-waste, it will go directly to the e-waste collector. So if you are keeping any loopholes in the system, then you will always allow things to crop up, and then it will create a new problem. Rather, like if I have to dispose my mobile or a laptop or something, I need to have a foolproof mechanism that my laptop or a mobile has been sent to a registered e-waste company. Either it is refurbished or it is made carbon neutral. For industries also, it has to be tracked at such a level where the auditor, the regulator, the auditor, and the owners of the carbon emitter, they need to know what is happening at that level. And till we bring a foolproof system, or we innovate a foolproof system and bring our own standards for each industry, because each industry has its own emission limits and it has got its own processes as well. So we need to define that and then bring standards for each industry and start with where we have quick wins, so that we can replicate this as and scale it up to other industries.
Yeah, so the views, I think, are we are all in consensus. So we all are linked to blockchain in some way, and I suppose we all reached a consensus that steps are being taken, but more needs to be done, and structure needs to be put in place, and traceability and compliance should be there. IoT should be there, so that we are not relying on whatever someone self reports, and we only trust the technology, right? So trust more into technology than into
technology alone will not help, Vikram. See, there has to be huge penalties. So otherwise, people will not adhere to the compliances, right? See, today we have we break rules on the road. Most of us do it by knowing or unknowingly, but there is no heavy penalty. The moment you put penalty, everything will get normalized.
Yes, sir. So let me add one of the example, as Deepak is talking about penalty. In India, currently, every year, battery manufacturers or the companies who are dealing in battery, they are paying a penalty of more than $6 million every year, as on today. That is just a penalty cost because they are not compliant or some kind of issues are there. And that is happening. Why that is happening? It's only because they are not able to track the whole thing. So there's a big gap in terms of from where the battery has come and how it has been recycled and what kind of process has been followed. So till the time we don't have such kind of solutions, and in fact, the process has already started. In fact, we as a company also are involved in that. We're working on that solution, but it requires a big push from the government also. Not only you have to be compliant and putting a penalty in place, supporting companies in creating or developing solutions to fulfill that requirement. That's what is very, very important, I feel.
Also, just adding one more point, today where people are becoming directors or independent directors of startups and on company boards, there is also certification on ESG. So while people are identifying the boards or independent directors, they should have somebody who's qualified independent director or director with an ESG certification so that they can guide them on this ESG standards and how to follow these compliances and processes.
Yep. So some excellent thoughts. So I think we can spend a good amount of time on this topic, and there would be so many inputs that I think we all have. But I'll try to move on to the next topic that we have is tokenization. And when I say tokenization, all the lights, all the bulbs, start blowing because of the NFTs, right? So most people are relating, tokenization with NFTs because that's how it has been commercialized, right? So that one part is there, and many of them are buying NFTs for the sake of buying it. And also, but yes, so it does give us, good repo blockchain, at least it familiarizes people with blockchain, but it does set some, expectations as well. And when something goes wrong with crypto, blockchain also takes the, blame as well, right? So I want with that, Professor Sandeep, my question to you is that we have, UPI, we have digital rupee. So how do you believe that digital rupee is will add value, and what is the role that blockchain is going to play in in central bank digital currency for?
Right. Yeah. So first of all, the UPI is a payment method, and CBDC is a currency, right? So there is a difference. So also in UPI, you have to have settlement through banks. You have to go through your central bank, your receiver bank, they have to settle. Whereas in CBDC, the settlement is real time and without the intermediary, right? So CBDC is kind of a tokenization of the money, which is cryptographically secured and which can be transferred from wallet to wallet without an intermediary like cash. And therefore, and so also CBDC has these other advantages. For example, the CBDC being a token, a smart contract can actually be used to program it. It can be used for welfare by actually making sure that the CBDC push to the wallets to welfare would be only usable for food and clothing and things like that, and not for anything liquor, for example. You can actually also use monetary policy for CBDC. For example, you can decide to give interest on CBDC stored in wallets if you want to control some, put some monetary levers. You can also expire the money, like if that situation arises in terms of this thing. Also, CBDC hopefully will be actually provide anonymity to the extent that the laws in India or the country of jurisdiction allows anonymous transactions of cash, for example, but beyond a certain limit, cash is also cannot be legally anonymously transferred. So same thing would happen to CBDC, but the anonymity would be built in through technology and through legal backings. So UPI cannot be anonymous, for example. UPI is leaving too many digital trails. UPI cannot be programmed or purposed. So UPI is basically a payment method, but you are paying by your bank money, whereas CBDC is a central bank money that is provided to you by via a bank, but it is redeemable by the fiat of the central bank. So it's a very different system.
So so exactly, I think it can't be, put better and, explained, so simply and elegantly. So So what are your views on, the wallets? Would people need to use wallets for, leveraging the central bank digital currency?
Wallets, of course, are required. The wallets have to have some built-in features because CBDC, another aspect that CBDC has to have is that I should be able to pay offline. That is, if in India, for example, there are a lot of internet denied environment. Therefore, there are requirement for offline payments. It may be within a limit because there is always a risk with offline payment. Although most probably the wallet has to bootstrap on the TEE or trusted execution environment in the phones, which has some risk, probably low risk, but there is a risk for TEs to be hacked. But the offline payment would be very important, and therefore wallets are required. Then designing these wallets to be secure, double spend proof, and secured from tampering and secure from creation of fake currency, etc., are going to be very important. But wallets will be required. Yes.
Okay. So my question to Naresh then, inclusivity is quite important when it comes to central bank digital currency, right? Especially, when about more than 100 countries are right now, working on such projects, right? Including India. So what are your thoughts of inclusivity and how CBDC promotes it?
Yeah, so as Mr. Sandeep just mentioned in the last, there's one option which is going to be available that we can do a CBDC, or we can use CBDC or digital rupee even without internet in offline mode, right? What it means, that is going to be a fundamental for inclusivity of going to far-fetched places all over India, where each and every user would be able to use a wallet and do a transaction using his mobile, right? Of course, be a 5G, which has come up now, as it goes all over the places. That is going to definitely add a lot of value because that's what is needed for the overall thing. But this is going to simplify things. Over here, people who are living in far places, they don't have to really go to the bank, and they don't have to really go through a complicated process of opening the account and all that. It's just a simple wallet, like your cash wallet, which is in your pocket. It's going to work exactly like that. It is as simple as that. Once you have money in your wallet, you keep on using it. You keep on getting, keep on transferring it, and that is going to help inclusivity.
Okay.
One point I want to make quickly is that there is a catch there, that for a wallet to be able to be allowed to do offline transfer, it has to the mobile has to have a trusted execution environment. And in India, there are people who are still using Android 3 and Android 4 phones. So there is a possibility that there would be a lot of people who would not have a trusted execution environment enabled phone, which case the inclusivity will not work. So we have to figure out how to solve that problem.
Yeah, yes, you're right. There are going to be a lot of challenges. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, so infrastructure, that means infrastructure, and how easy it is for people to acquire that infrastructure is important. So my question over to Prasanna is, but do you believe there are certain steps that needs to be taken in that regard to make that central bank digital currencies available, and should there be a mechanism to actually interoperate, right? So interoperability is another big theme, right? So I'll just introduce it. So should there be a way to interoperate and have your crypto assets and your central bank digital currency managed in a in a single interface? You are on mute for some reason. Prasanna, we can't hear you.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, so I think what I was saying, I think it's a very good question you have spoke about. But I think there are a lot of things are going to happen as far as a journey of CBDC is concerned. I think it is just the beginning of something big which is going to for all of us, right? CBDC is a currency and it's a digital currency. It speaks a lot about the difference between UPI and CBDC, and Sandeep sir has mentioned it very well. As far as the infrastructure is concerned, imagine UPI took to build at least 6 to 7 years, since we had a very good railroad built by NPCI, so-called IMPS already. And on top of that, we started building UPI. And to begin with, it was a part of RBI's vision statement, and actual building has started in 2015, and we launched in 11. It took to really build a better use cases on UPI with the PhonePe, Google Pay, and coming into. They are giving a lot of traction for. As far as this is concerned, and the overall infrastructure, typically it has a wallet, followed by it has to have some centralized ledger system backed by central bank, which is already there in many countries. But in between, right, how we have to create a decentralization, or how we should have a better security aspect. And you spoke a lot about how interoperability we bring on. So I think there are 4 steps to build any CBDC. How well-versed monetary policies which we have. So typically India, like a country, we are very strong at monetary policies. So the challenges which faced by some countries on a monetary policy, we will not suffer. But the next level, whether it is a decentralization or centralization, so moreover, the decision is already taken, or we could see that it will be a decentralized mechanism backed by some enterprise blockchain. That's what we look at it. And the way how other countries like China or Cambodia have taken a leap with some of those well-known blockchain platforms. So similarly, we will also build on the story for us. But although our aspirations will be different, our population, the adoption curve, which we are looking at, not for only payment, because UPI and the relevant railroads are only for payment. But CBDC today, it will go beyond RBI, where we will see how insurance and wealth also will interact. So I think the scalability is going to be very, very important aspect around at the end of the day, because CBDC is not only for a user experience on the wallet side, which is being already solved with the help of a UPI kind of ecosystem on smartphones. But when you talk about offline on feature phones, or some momentum where we I think Deepak spoke about financial inclusion. It's a global financial inclusion agenda. So how my CBDC should talk with some other CBDC of other country? So can we not have some interoperability standards, which is going to be very, very important, where BIS comes into the picture, banking international settlement, or notifications or guidelines by IMF keeps on talking. If you are creating CBDC at a country level, always talk to some other country on a monetary standards as well as the technological standards. So I think there are a lot of ways wherein we could see some experiments like MBridge or Project Helvetica, where countries like Sweden, Switzerland, or Singapore are taking part and doing that kind of a research around this. But typically today, if you talk about adoption of a CBDCs in a prominent countries, some 10-12 countries are live. So it is not more than 2 to 3%. Or even you talk about Cambodia, adoption is as a download has done it for 50% of population, but yet to do for an actual adoption. So it's an appeal for RBI also when they are talking about CBDC in a form of a RBI's concept note. It should cover more of a adoption curve also, apart from the learnings which we will see in a retail CBDC or wholesale CBDC over a period of 2 to 3 months, where we will see the scalability or a security part of a learning on a blockchain network. But we need to see how at the end of the day, all reconciliation of all transactions done on today should be nullified at a zero. That is the ultimate aim of a CBDCs. It's not only to bring a financial inclusion, or it's not only to bring some kind of a one wallet for a better customer experience, but at the end of the day, how do we nullify all those operations which we are doing since so many years on current payment ecosystems? Like it takes T+1 or sometimes T+2 and a lot of manual efforts to do that reconciliation settlement, which will be do away with the CBDCs. So it's a larger game. I think
we keep announcing POCs, pilots. It's a good for that larger game, but ultimately it's very, very important. How do you have a right infrastructure and interoperable infrastructure which can work from one country to another country? And moreover, it should onboard not only current payment railroads, but eventually the way we have seen insurance was not there, right? Digital insurance or wealth was not there in 90s or 2000. So all of a sudden with digital adoption, there are a lot of instruments are coming in our life. Now UPI, account aggregator, and many more ecosystems are coming, but CBDC coming in, it will open up multiple business models, right? And so how do you have a appetite for those many transactions when today UPI can handle some thousands of TPS or 5,000, 20,000 of TPS? This will go over 70,000 TPS in current capacity. Now, what we are building today as a CBDC, it should remain at least for the next 5 to 10 years. So we need to see the curve of adoption of a right platforms on based on cloud, or we need to see if it is a blockchain also, how it will really take care of a reconciliation part on the same day, so that equation remains at least on the same day we are going to reconcile all the India transaction in an Indian context. And when it comes to cross-border, how do you take care of my CBDC to another CBDC altogether? But good to see that RBI is very, very keen on top of it, and government of India is also supporting. I can say as a humor that we have seen digital or rather demonetization 2016. Can you not see some digital demonetization and say from tomorrow onwards all paper currency is gone and we are on the verge of only digital wallets?
I think I understand.
Which we have seen.
Yeah. So I understand that part. Of course, there are so many things to it. So I'll, in the interest of time, sorry, Prasad, in the interest of time, I'll move on to Deepak for his remarks on CBDC before, we conclude this session. So we are, actually, running a bit late. So Deepak, your remarks on, how CBDC can help, and or if you want to talk about metaverse, right? So that was our, third theme. And, I see metaverse as a, channel application or extension of existing channels of how you interact with, customers. So, so how do you see metaverse and CBDC playing together? I think that would be, a hell of a, question to answer.
See, I will first finish a couple of points on the CBDC part. I think the esteemed panel has already spoken about infrastructure. Like Prasanna said, CBDC, it's a very early stage. We've still not gone production. It is still on pilot. And there are other countries where they have already moved to production. There is a lot of learning which we are going to carry through these 10, 11 countries. And there is a lot of opportunities where the fiat currency was not able to solve. The CBDC is going to solve, because the traceability of the currency itself is going to solve a lot of problems. And there is a lot of NPA issues with the microfinancing and banks and lending ecosystem, which can be traced and which can be transparent, and it can reduce NPAs. In case of farmers, when the microfinancing is happening, they take the loan for farming, but they spend it for wedding. So there are a lot of things which can be controlled, and we can build the ecosystem there. Infrastructure, of course, 4G is still not 4G across India. Now we are talking about 5G. By the time 5G matures, probably whole of India gets 4G properly. And there are freebies where governments are issuing. Maybe some governments will come and issue smartphones to their electoral agenda manifesto.
We'll stay away from the politics and electoral part of it.
So see, there are CBDC is going to change the game for the exchange itself, for the purpose where fiat currency is being used, and it is going to solve a lot of infrastructure issues as well, because since it is digital, and it is a lot of education needs to happen at the deep roots of the corners of the country. But the adoption with post-COVID has happened faster than any other country. I don't see any challenge in India for adoption of digital currency. We have been living with multiple currencies in the past history, where we had more currencies than any other country itself. So I don't see as any roadblock. It is going to be a great opportunity for India. Where India needs to now step up the whole process is to CBDC diplomacy. Like we had a vaccine diplomacy, we need to extend this technology and experience to poor countries and developing countries. where you can actually get through the internationalization of the CBDC faster than what we are expecting. So that is one thing which the government would have. On the
it will be
metaverse
collaboration,
part,
right?
yeah,
So it would be collaboration. It would be,
Yes.
collaboration of, but not just us. I think, we need to collaborate and create global standards and global technology to solve these global challenges, because these are global challenges, right? So I'm sorry to, cut all of you short. I know that, we had, some time, we wanted to discuss, and, there are so many, burning questions, right? And, thank you all for, being here and, giving such wonderful answers and, enlightening us with your thoughts. And it was definitely an intriguing discussion. I hope everyone enjoyed that session. So we were live at 3 locations: Noida, Bangalore, and Thiruvananthapuram, in addition to our virtual audience. So I thank you all for being here and be participating in this, the esteemed panelists and all those members of India Chapter and contributors of India Chapter and blockchain enthusiasts who have joined us together. So thank you all. Arun, Kamlesh, do you have final words or?
I think we can close it and we can continue our.
Thank you, everyone. Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you, Vikram, for having us.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us from different locations. So that concludes our event for the day. So any final remarks from Kerala location? I see Nikhil. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for hosting us, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
All right. So I know.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
So there are so many hands raising up. Everyone.
So for people in Bangalore, we will be taking photographs, so we can all come right. We'll stop streaming on YouTube as well.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Vikram, I think you're the host. Can you stop streaming?
Vikram, you are the host.
Okay.